facsimile version from the 1990s, I think. So, to give you some context, I'm going to read the publisher's note, which will tell us more about John Thomson. So let's begin. Born in Scotland in 1837, John Thomson was a pioneering documentary photographer, one of a breed for whom arduous travel under extremely difficult conditions did little to dampen enthusiasm. Exploring and photographing China for 10 years, 1862 to 72, he published his photographs and texts of his journey in the antiquities of Cambodia, 1867, illustrations of China and its people, 1873 to 74, and the Straits of Malacca, Indochina and China, 1877, illustrated by woodcuts. Returning to London, Thomson turned his attention to the city. His Streetlife in London, 1877, reprinted here, frequently being credited as the first instance in which photographs were used as social documentation. He subsequently developed the art of at-home portraits, was appointed photographer to Queen Victoria, and was photographic advisor to the Royal Geographic Society. He died in 1921. By the mid-19th century, popular perception of the poor had changed. Previously viewed as morally defective, the poor were now regarded as the object of study and charity. Henry Mayhew's monumental London Labour and the London Poor, published in 1851, had been illustrated by woodcuts based on photographs by Richard Beard. While Streetlife in London is hardly as comprehensive a work as Mayhew's, it has the virtue that its photographic reproductions not only show the subjects as they actually appeared, but, by capturing the contemporary streetscape of London, also reveals them in their milieu. While the book is most famous for these photographs, the text should not be ignored. Thomson wrote some, signed J.T., but most of it was written by Adolph Smith, A.S., a journalist who became an activist concerned with labour and the unions. The text is factual, but it is impossible not to detect the sympathy that both Smith and Thomson feel for their subjects, who, more often than not, are threatened by deprivation and hunger. The costumes and backgrounds depicted in the photographs may seem picturesque to us today, but Thomson's subjects are caught in a seemingly unbreakable cycle of poverty that has reappeared in many urban areas to present its desperate challenge. Streetlife in London by J. Thomson and Adolph Smith, with permanent photographic illustrations taken from life expressly for this publication. London, Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Crown Buildings, 188 Fleet Street, London. Now, let's read the preface by the authors. In presenting to the public the result of careful observations among the poor of London, we should perhaps prefer a few words of apology for reopening a subject which has already been amply and ably treated. We are fully aware that we are not the first on this field. London Labour and London Poor is still remembered by all who are interested in the condition of the humbler classes, but its facts and figures are necessarily antedated. In later times, Mr. James Greenwood national wealth increases, can we be too frequently reminded of the poverty that nevertheless still exists in our midst? And now we also have sought to portray these hard phases of life, bringing to bear the precision of photography in illustration of our subject. The unquestionable accuracy of this testimony will enable us to present true types of the London poor, and shield us from the accusation of either underrating or exaggerating individual peculiarities of appearance. We have selected our material in the highways and the byways, deeming that the familiar aspects of street life would be as welcome as those glimpses caught here and there, at the angle of some dark alley, or in some squalid corner beyond the beat of the ordinary wayfarer. It also often happens that little is known concerning the street characters who are the most frequently seen in our crowded thoroughfares. At the same time, we have visited, armed with notebook and camera, those back streets and courts where the struggle for life is none the less bitter and intense, because less observed. Here, what may be termed more original studies have presented themselves, and will help to complete what we trust will prove a vivid account of the various means by which our unfortunate fellow creatures endeavour to earn, beg, or steal their daily bread. The authors. And here are the contents. Let's read them. London nomads, London cabmen, Covent Garden flower women, recruiting sergeants at Westminster, street floods in Lambeth, public disinfectors, street doctors, street advertising, Clapham Common Industries, Caney the Clown, dealer in fancy wear, the Temperance Sweep, the dramatic Shoe Black, Tickets, the card dealer, the old clothes of St. Giles, a convict's home, the wall worker, Covent Garden labourers, halfpenny ices, Black Jack, the cheap fish of St. Giles, Cast Iron Billy, workers on the silent highway, the street fruit trade, the London boardmen. The water cart, mush fakers and ginger beer makers, November effigies, Hooky Elf of Whitechapel, the Crawlers, Italian street musicians, the street locksmith, the seller of shellfish, flying dustmen, old furniture, and the independent shoeblack. So I think what we will do is I'm going to flick through and we can look at the photographs, and then I'll stop every now and again and disclosed by those who are so eminently interested in enlisting all who are capable of serving in its ranks. At the same time, it is only just to add that the degrading, immoral, and disreputable stratagems which rendered recruiting sergeants obnoxious to our forefathers are now entirely abandoned. Morally speaking, the modern recruiting sergeant would stand on the same level as the ordinary tradesman or businessman who seeks to sell a second-rate or questionable article by carefully hiding its flaws and exposing in the very best light whatever small merit it may possess. But the recruit enjoys at least the advantage of 96 hours to reflect, and if he chooses, he can then withdraw from his bargain on paying a comparatively small sum as smart money. Recruiting in London is almost exclusively circumscribed to the district stretching between the St. George's Barracks, Trafalgar Square, and Westminster Abbey. Throughout London it is known that all information concerning service in the army can be obtained in this quarter, and intending recruits troop down to this neighbourhood in shoals, converging as the culminating point of their peregrinations towards the celebrated public house at the corner of King Street and Bridge Street. It is under the inappropriate and pacific signboard of the Mitre and Dove that veteran men of war meet and cajole young aspirants to military honours. Here may be seen everyday representatives of our picked regiments. No modest linesman is allowed. On this beat, and though nearly all the recruiting is for the infantry, the sergeants themselves belong to the cavalry, cases, however, are concealed from the authorities. The expense of disinfecting is thus avoided, but the public health is endangered. It is therefore essential to amend the Sanitary Act with a view to render concealment impossible in the future, and this end would be attained if every practitioner was compelled to report all cases of infectious disease coming under his care. residents in the sick room, no prying eyes are allowed to watch the disinfectors at work. They have strict orders to exclude everyone from their dangerous presence. Alone and unseen, they remove one by one all the clothes, bedding, carpets, curtains, in fact all textile materials they can find in the room, carefully place them in the handcart and drag them off to the disinfecting oven. This is of course a dangerous operation, as the dust it occasions, and which falls on the men or is inhaled by them, must be loaded with the zymotic particles that engender epidemics. Few persons care to be present on these occasions, and, but for their own honesty of purpose, the disinfectors might often make way with various objects which in all probability would not at first be missed. The men chosen for this work are therefore carefully selected, and have generally been known for many years to the vestries by whom they are appointed. The accompanying photograph has been taken in the yard adjoining the vestry hall close by Ebury Bridge, and the familiar countenance of Mr. Dixon, the Inspector of Nuisances for the parish or union of St. George's, Hanover Square, will be readily recognised by all who are well acquainted with the district. The group is gathered in front of the outhouse where the disinfecting oven is situated. Let's have another look at the photograph. This is simply an oblong iron box which can be heated by a gas apparatus till the atmosphere within reaches 280 degrees. This intense dry heat cannot spoil the materials placed inside, and has been proved by innumerable experiments to be the surest method of killing the germs of zymotic disease. Boiling for about 20 minutes would be equally effective, but we cannot boil furniture. Unless some such method is adopted, the microzymes may live for an indefinite period. Indeed, the germs of scarlet fever can live in woolen materials for several years. Mrs. C.M. Buckton mentions in her popular lectures on the laws of health a case of a child who died of this fever. Her favourite doll was put away in a woolen dress. 3 or 4 years later, a cousin came to pay a visit at the house, and the mother, to amuse the little girl, brought out the doll, which had not been touched since her own child's death. A week had, however, hardly elapsed since this incident, when the little visitor was in her turn seized with the scarlet fever. The doll evidently should have been disinfected, even at the risk of destroying the symmetry of its waxen features. When all the bedding, clothes, etc. have been brought to the vestry yard, they are placed in the disinfecting oven, the disinfectors taking care to add their own overalls so they can also may benefit by the process. A certain amount of sulphur is burnt within the handcart so that the purified objects may be replaced therein and taken back without danger of being again contaminated. In the meanwhile, the person to whom these objects belong is politely informed that they will not be returned before the inspector has ascertained that the room from which they have been taken has been thoroughly disinfected, and this is done by the parish disinfectors. The process of disinfection consists of pasting paper over the fireplace and along the chinks of the doors and windows so as to render the room airtight. A large quantity of sulphur is then ignited, and the fumes allowed to permeate the room for some 24 hours. But unless these fumes are sufficiently powerful to kill a human being, it is not likely that they will destroy the zymotic germs. must now be ripped from the walls and burnt. Then the whole room is carefully washed with carbolic acid, the walls repapered and the ceilings whitewashed, and it is only when all this has been satisfactorily done that the objects taken to the disinfecting oven are returned. The process, it will be seen, is an elaborate one, but the perfect purification of the patient's room is well worth the trouble, and the efficacy of this system is best proved by the fact that a smallpox hospital was recently disinfected in this manner, and then converted into an asylum for aged or infirm paupers. The disinfection of the hospital, however, had been so effective that not a single case of smallpox occurred among its new inmates. At the same time, I cannot help observing that all who are engaged in this work might be a little more prudent with regard to their own persons. The overalls worn by the men are certainly some protection, but their hair, beards and caps are well suited to collect and convey the germs of disease to their homes. They should therefore be compelled to wash themselves with carbolic acid or with a solution of potassium permanganate when their day's work is over, and before they are allowed free intercourse with the public at large. The same ablutions might with equal reason be enforced on the sanitary inspectors, and they also should wear different clothes when off duty. The disinfectors of St. George's, Hanover Square, were formerly roadmen in the employ of the vestry, and deemed their present work as a considerable improvement. They receive 6 down side alleys and behind the fronts of superficially orderly streets. The problems of the ever-growing slums, inseparable from every project of social reform, were earnestly discussed in novels and pamphlets, and became the subject of more and more official inquiries. The police intelligence columns of the press were enough to make plain the frightening barbarism of the lowest levels of industrial society, especially since it was obvious from the very nature of these people's lives that only occasional samples of their lawlessness and brutality could ever be publicised. To take an unsensationalised, cursorily reported instance, in 1849, 4 young men were tried for cooperatively raping a girl at Willenhall in Staffordshire, the model of Disraeli's hideous Woldgate in Sybil, where there was not a single sight or sound that could soften the heart or humanise the mind. The crime is not in itself a very remarkable one, and no doubt could have been paralleled in many a decent-seeming rural parish. What gives it significance is that it took place on an open space in a populous township, before a crowd of both sexes and various ages gathered to enjoy the spectacle. Willenhall, like many urban areas outside municipal boundaries, was still almost unpoliced at the mid-century, but even where properly organised a new model, constabularies patrolled the open streets. The solidarity of the poor against those they considered their professional oppressors, the vagaries of the law, and the dense packed buildings of many poor districts often made it impossible for them to keep any real control over the swarming backwaters. The rule of law was apt to stop at the alley corners, beyond which the police appeared less as custodians of public order than as raiders in hostile territory. By the time Victoria was crowned, it is true, many of the cruelest and most absurd features of the old criminal law had been abolished. The life-cheapening lottery of the bloody code, which encouraged extent left to their own brutal devices. Edwin Chadwick was perhaps over-pessimistic in believing that 11,000 Britons died yearly from acts of violence, but he was a man used to supporting his statements with evidence and well placed to make the estimate. Naturally, as the new police grew more numerous and efficient, they were able to move into the swarming back courts and bring them under more direct control. The Metropolitan Force, exceptionally strong, with an officer to 400 or 500 citizens, was certainly something more than a mere agency of repression. Indeed, it is hardly possible to read much about the mid-century police, particularly those in London, and doubt that on the whole they behaved with more disinterested goodwill and devotion to order for its own sake than could reasonably be expected of them. But in essence, of course, the problem of the slums was not one of law enforcement, something that is a good deal more obvious to us than to contemporaries. It was not till the 70s that the housing reform movement began to have any perceptible effect on a problem that had been exercising social reformers for 40 years. Let me grab some more coffee. In many spreading factory towns, a familiar pattern of housing had already been long established. The prosperous had moved away from the source of their wealth to new suburbs, preferably on rising ground. Nearer in came belt after belt of houses, each less pleasant than the last, until the nucleus of the old pre-industrial town was reached. Here, in an irregular ring around a busy, grimy city centre. Close to the smokestacks and gantries of mills and warehouses, and often to a black, stinking waterway thick with sewage and industrial effluent, might be found decayed houses that had once stood on the edge of a market town, and that were now enmeshed in a growth of courts and annexes. Let me show you this picture a little bit closer. Here we go. In big, long-established cities, the pattern of development was often too broken up to be easily recognisable, but wherever the economic current washed up great numbers of work people round existing centres, the same process of ingrowth and cramming was almost inevitable. In practice, there were few restrictions on what the owners of property could do with it, and where sites were already hemmed in by older but still highly profitable buildings, the natural course was to squeeze new dwellings into any open ground still left and pack the older ones tighter. Yards and gardens were built over, passages and landings colonised, and windowless cabins boarded off, especially if there were good-sized old houses with cellars and attics. A maze of human nests and burrows could soon come into being, where the most lawless and disreputable tended to gather. This, then, was the archetypal Victorian rookery. An accretion conditions. If their inhabitants had become more crowded, they were probably neither filthier nor more depraved than their 18th century predecessors, and certainly a good deal less ready to sally out en masse and terrorise their respectable neighbours. Other plague spots, on the other hand, were of wholly recent construction. Even on new land, working class housing was not only built low for cheapness, but also laid out so as to take up as little space as possible. In the worst developments, lines of back-to-back houses might run up with a passageway only 4 or 5 feet wide between the double rows, in which rubbish dumps, a water point, latrines and other conveniences all had to be accommodated. Sometimes, as in a case noted at Preston, at the middle of the century, the builder might solve the sanitary problem by simply running an open cess trench down the middle, leaving only ledge-like paths on either side. Where dwellings were arranged around a rectangular court, the inhabitants were likely to congest it with water barrels, pigsties, and lean-to sheds. A bit more coffee. It is not hard to see how a system of such entries linked to each other, often opening into streets just wide enough to allow for the movements of builders' carts and tenanted by a degraded and disorderly population, could provide formidable slum nexuses almost ready-made. Many of the worst criminal slums lay conveniently close to their denizens' hunting grounds. The port districts of Liverpool, Newcastle, Cardiff, Rotherhithe and Stepney, for instance, enjoyed a particularly bad reputation with their contingents of whores, pandas, crimps, bullies and catamites, inhabitants of the runways behind the shining Jing palaces and dance saloons. Rockeries almost ringed the landward boundary of the City of London and lay close to the commercial hearts of Birmingham and Manchester. In West London, the fact that packed tenements could be highly profitable helped bring the wretchedest members of society into grotesque proximity with the richest and most powerful. In St. James's in Marylebone and in the affluent parish of St. George's, Hanover Square, there were disease-ridden warrens almost in the shadows of great people's mansions. This meant easy opportunities for spoil. Even poor puss, whisked up at the mews corner, his meows stifled in a greasy bag, might fetch a half-sovereign ransom instead of the few coppers an East End dealer would pay for his pelt. But it also brought its own dangers, since the police were particularly watchful in these areas. The majority of thieves and catchers working polite residential streets seem to have been invaders who disappeared eastwards as soon as the job was done. In favourable circumstances, a landlord might lease a 10-room lodgers he might pay them from 2p to 4p a head daily. One London Irishman was found to be paying 10 shillings a week for a front room, probably in a small Georgian terrace house, in which he also lodged 3 couples, each at 6p a night, so that he lived rent-free and made a weekly profit of 6p. In addition, he expected at least an occasional share in his subtenants' meals. This sort of rack-rented tenement was one typical way for the most wretched to live, but it was not the only way. One cannot give a picture of the rookeries, or indeed of the organisation of the underworld as a whole, without looking at that key institution, the low lodging house. There were many variations of arrangement and management, and many gradations of decency even amongst the cheapest, but the characteristic features of the common slum doss house or netherskin were well enough described at the time to allow a general description. The main room and the focus of the whole place was the kitchen, where, except in the very poorest houses, a fire blazed away winter and summer. Before it, the lodgers warmed themselves, dried out their clothes, and toasted their food. Their cooking might be helped by a meagre selection of pots and pans that could be borrowed from the management against small pledges. Benches and a bare table or two were likely to be the chief furniture, unless there were removable cots or bunk boxes round the wall. In towns where there was a gas supply, a single jet on a bracket by the chimney breast half-lit the place after dark. Apart from graffiti and some crude prints pasted to the wall, decoration was sparse. In the sleeping rooms, usually the most offensive part of the place, there would be beds or palaces jammed close and equipped, sometimes with blankets, sometimes with a single heavy coverlet. They were often shared and usually verminous. Sometimes there were old four-posters in which a whole party, perhaps a family, slept together. When the place was crowded, and in some of the rougher houses, as a general practice, people stretched themselves out at night on the floor, wherever they could, the strongest or most favoured by the fire, the worst off, along the passages or under leaking carrot slates. The sanitary habits of most of the lodgers were disgusting, but washing might be possible under a tap or pump in the stinking backyard, where there were also some kind of privy, a collection of buckets or a hole over a cesspit. Payment was by the night, and customarily entitled the lodger to hang about the kitchen till the following evening. 3p seems to have been the usual fee in the 40s and 50s. A bit more coffee. was that they often swarmed with children of all ages. Indeed, the conditions of some of the most filthy was, as in other slums, largely due to the numbers of untended infants who relieved themselves all over the stairs and passages. Many of them were, of course, the children of adult lodgers, and others were kept by resident beggars and thief masters who trained them and used them for their own ends. was matted like flocks of wool, and their chins were grimy with their unshorn beards. Some were in dirty smock frocks, others in long red plush waistcoats with long sleeves. One was dressed in an old shooting jacket with wooden buttons, a second in a blue flannel sailor's shirt. On the form at the end of the kitchen was one whose squalor and wretchedness This is being Kate at the Library of Whispers saying, we shall see you very soon. Bye bye for now. Hello everybody, it's Kate at the Library of Whispers. It's coffee time, and I thought I would take a look at one of my family tree history magazines. It's quite an old one again. I think it's from 2007, August 2007. We'll take a look and do a bit of browsing and reading. I'm also taking the opportunity to have my first gingerbread latte sent to me by the wonderful Devon. Thank you, Devon. I'm so very, very grateful for these. Thank you. So I'm going to have a little bit now. You see, my stomach is rumbling in anticipation. Oh, that is so good. I did think I would have a go at making a bit of gingerbread cake. Now, wouldn't that be wonderful to have a bit of gingerbread cake with this? So I might have a go at that in the next couple of days. Okay, let's have a look. I'm gonna have to move my coffee out the way slightly. So what is in this issue? We have Scottish parish records tracing your early Scottish roots, a 10-page special on your photo mysteries solved, establish dates, identify people, and uncover hidden details about your ancestors' lives. Discover your fishy forebears, the lives of fisher folk and all the records they left behind. And then there will have been a disc, a CD, on here at one time. I don't know what happened to those discs. ancestors can really make the stories of their lives spring to life, but sadly, photographs which survive complete with names and dates are the exception and not the rule. This means that the family historian is frequently faced with the task of trying to identify the people in their pictures. Often there are clues in the photographs if you know where to look and how to interpret what you find. The first licensees of particular products were likely to be more expensive as they needed to recoup their costs. Adverts posting success in an exhibition similarly help with dating and suggest studios where prices could be increased to reflect artistic superiority. Let's have a look on the other side. Okay. Victorian era early photographs. A bit more coffee. From being the preserve of the rich by the 1860s, everyone could get their photo taken. Photography's earliest phase was marked by a couple of changes of process before the industry adopted the negative-positive process using wet collodion glass negatives to produce positive prints on albumen paper. From the 1860s, portrait photographers in Britain had settled into the basic pattern of working they would follow for the rest of the century. Daguerreotypes. The earliest family photographs were daguerreotypes. The first British daguerreotypes studio was opened in Regent Street, London on the 23rd of March 1841, following the publication of the process's invention in France in January 1839. Those wishing to see the process in England, Wales and the colonies had to purchase a licence from the patent speculator who had acquired sole rights. These licences didn't come cheap. £2,000 to £500 for the right to operate in Liverpool and a radius of 10 miles around the city. Consequently, daguerreotype photos didn't come cheap either. In 1841, the lowest price was £1. Licensees opened studios only in those towns and cities that could boast sufficient numbers of wealthy people to keep them in business. Elsewhere, itinerant daguerreotypists, often unlicensed, set up temporary studios and remained as long as business warranted. By 1845-6, the price of the cheapest daguerreotype had fallen to 10 shillings 6pence, that's 52.5 pence, and by 1852 to 7 shillings 35 pence. The portraits could be coloured by hand for an additional payment, but even at its cheapest, the daguerreotype remained a luxury article, the preserve of the nobility, gentry, clergy, and those in a profitable line of business. By the second half of the 1850s, this difficult and expensive process was virtually obsolete. A bit more coffee. Wet collodion positives or ambrotypes. In March 1851, Frederick Scott Archer published details of the basic techniques for making glass negatives. Using wet collodion, the following year he published a variant on the process whereby the glass negative itself was turned into a positive picture. This technique removed the need to make positive prints on paper, which at that time was a procedure that still needed to be perfected. The wet collodion positive process was simple and cheap and attracted growing numbers of practitioners. Increasing numbers of studios opened on the high streets of Britain. Rapidly escalating competition led to falling prices. The earliest glass positives had retailed at 10 shillings 6pence, that's 52.5 pence. But by 1857, glass positives were widely advertised at 1 shilling 5 pence, and a year later had fallen and sixpence, 2.5 pence. The decade that had opened with the luxury daguerreotype closed with a 6-penny glass positive. For the first time in Britain, thrifty working people could afford to have their photograph taken. The glass positive's reign in the High Street was brief, deposed by the onward march of the carte de visite from 1859. Since glass positives could be produced while you waited, i.e. within a matter of 5 or 6 minutes, they continued to be made by itinerant photographers who operated in holiday venues at the racetrack, fairground and seaside. Bit more coffee. Card formats. The carte de visite appeared in Britain at the very end of the 1850s. It used the wet collodion glass negative process to produce positive prints on albuminized paper. The original patent enshrined the concept of creating a number of small negatives on one large glass plate, so that a single process of developing and printing would produce multiple copies. After development, the prints were cut to a standard size, usually 2.125 by 3.5 inches, and pasted onto a cardboard. Mounts manufactured to a standard size, usually 2.5 by 4 inches. Cards brought standardisation and mass production to portrait photographs. This method of production gave rise to a commercial trade in the sale of celebrity portraits, royalty, poets, clergy, politicians, actresses and entertainers. These found their way into the family album, often without any identification. In a modified form, the card was also used for the portraits of individuals and sold in a variety of quantities. For the first time, the public was buying photos in quantity, where previously they had purchased only single portraits. The purpose-designed photographic album was created to resolve the problem of where to keep them. In 1866, the so-called cabinet format made its debut, similar to the carte, but larger dimensions, comprising a paper print measuring 5.75 by 4 inches, mounted on a cardboard mount measuring 6.5 by 4.25 inches. Carte and cabinet together form the backbone of the Victorian family album, both in Britain and throughout the world. They remained in production until World War I. With a shelf life lasting 50 or more years, the card formats can prove difficult to date. Happily for us, however, manufacturers had to introduce changes in their appearance to maintain public interest, and these stylistic changes can help you date your family photographs. Interesting. Okay, so let's have a look at this part here, which is analysing a carte de visite. This man with his leg on a stool. Okay, what can we learn from this circa 1870s carte de visite from a studio in Liverpool? Painted backdrop. The photographer's studio was like a stage equipped with painted backdrops and props. Two themes predominated: the elegant drawing room with a gracious landscape gardens. Each scene had its appropriate accessories, table and chair for the interiors, rustic bench, 1860s. Dating. The thin cardboard mount and square corners of this card to receipt suggest a date in the 1860s. The thickness of the mount can be an effective aid to dating, since it nearly doubled between the 1860s and 1890s. So the thinner the card, the earlier the date. Round corners appeared in the 1870s in an attempt revitalised the existing trade in handcrafted portraits, so photographers appropriated the established conventions of the oil portrait painter in their treatment of the subject. Painterly rhetoric decreed that the aim of the portrait was to idealise the sitter, to hide defects and emphasise positive qualities both of body and soul. Photographers went to considerable efforts to orchestrate the four elements of the portrait: expression, pose, lighting and backdrop accessories, to ensure that the sitter was portrayed to their best advantage. Physical defects were hidden or overshadowed. Intangible qualities of mind and soul were represented through facial expression, backed up by pose, and sitters were photographed with objects that conferred prestige by association. Now I think I might read more of this particular article because it's really interesting in another video. So for now I shall say thank you so much for joining me. This has been Kate at the Library Whispers with a gingerbread latte at hand. I shall see you very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody, it's Kate at the Library Whispers. It's gingerbread latte time with chocolate and cinnamon sprinkles. Yes, that's officially a time in my life during the day, coffee time, and it generally happens around 11 o'clock, like a kind of, 11s is, I think you might want to call it. Right, so what I'm going to do this morning is I'm going to take another look, or should I say I'm going to continue this article on early processing and development could await the photographer's convenience. Most importantly, gelatin negatives were considerably more sensitive than collodion wet plates. Exposures were reduced from seconds to fractions of a second, which made the large group portrait technically viable. Each member of the group was normally expected to purchase a copy of the photograph. So instead of selling a dozen or half a dozen photographs to one customer, the photographer could now expect to sell one photograph from the same negative to each person in the group. Consequently, prices could be kept low for the individual customer while the photographer's profits increased, especially if the transaction involved photographs larger than the cards and cabinet formats. These larger prints, pasted onto plate sunk cardboard mounts measuring up to 12 by 10 inches, were intended for wall hanging or display on photo stands. Few groups escaped the camera. There were work groups, church groups, military groups, sporting groups, school groups, street groups, charabanc groups. I think that was like a kind of horse-drawn bus, I think. Boarding house groups and even wedding groups photographed in the backyard. Photographers tried to ensure that the group was arranged as artistically as possible. Each head was visible, so each person would buy a copy, and that the important members of the group were sighted near the centre of the picture. Photos at home. The new dry plate also facilitated the existing practice of photographing families outside their homes, at the front doors and in the garden, or in the backyard. These portraits were taken either by itinerant operators who went from door to door in search of speculative work, or commissioned from local studio proprietors who charged higher prices for the time and trouble involved in working away from their premises. Whoever the photographer, sitters usually observed to a greater or lesser degree the conventions of formal portraiture, self-possessed expressions, restrained poses, and the inclusion of possessions that denoted success. With faster negatives requiring shorter exposures, some photographers at the exclusive end of the market began to offer at-home portraits from the 1890s. Wealthy sitters would pose formally in their own parlours and reception rooms, surrounded by those possessions that signal success. Throughout the 1860s, large-size portraits intended for framing and wall hanging remained fixed at the luxury end of the market. Developments in the 1870s led to the establishment of growing numbers of specialised enlargers, to the trade able to produce enlargements from ordinary card to visite negatives. From the late 1870s onwards, even quite modest studios could now offer a new service to their customers that was also profitable for them. Two firms in particular, A&G Taylor and Brown, Barnes and Bell, exploited this development, offering a package comprising a coloured and framed enlargement plus a dozen cards to visit, at the all-inclusive price of 30 shillings, £1.50, to be paid for at 1 shilling a week. Framed enlargements were typically commissioned from an existing negative following a death in the family. Okay, let's have a bit more coffee. photographs were more prepared to splash out on 2 or 3. Different views featuring perhaps the bride and groom or a couple with close family members. Customers were also more prepared to ask photographers to attend at their homes for portraits in the backyard or street. Working people regularly joined photo clubs at work, agreeing to pay so much a week and drawing straws to decide the order in which they would each take the weekly payments to fund their visit to the studio. Okay, so let's have a look here. Anniversaries and events. Finding out why a photo was taken can be your biggest clue. When you're analysing your photographs, you always need to ask yourself why the portrait was taken. This question is important because it could help you assign a firm date if you already know the identities of the sitters, or suggest possible identities if you can work out a likely date and occasion. In keeping with the need to idealise the sitter, the Victorians courted the camera to commemorate those events or achievements that brought credit to the individual and prestige to the family. Family photographs flaunted success and ignored failure. They celebrated the special occasion at the expense of everyday activities. Portraits of recent graduates in gown and mortar, or the uniformed policeman prominently displaying the latest stripe or badge, provided visible confirmation of success in the workplace. Success in sporting competitions encouraged men and increasing numbers of women to visit the studio. Change into their kit and pose with their cups, medals, awards or prizes. Huge numbers of portraits were taken to celebrate rites of passage such as christenings, comings of age, engagements, marriages and anniversaries. These photographs bore witness to a successful progression through life, provided evidence of the social conformity, uprightness and respectability of the Victorian family, and provided ample opportunity for the affluent to flaunt their wealth and possessions. And here we have outdoor photography. What can this turn of the century postcard reveal? watch, chain and trousers, just like father. His short trousers confirm, however, that he has not yet turned 14, the age when boys left school and got their first pair of long trousers. Family fun. Okay, a bit more coffee. Okay, so this is the interwar era. Family fun. As the tides of war swept away, Victorian social strictures photography started to reflect changing attitudes. The economic depressions of the interwar period inevitably affected the fortunes of professional studio photographers, but the activities of the family amateur constituted a much more serious threat to their long-term survival. George Eastman, the man behind Kodak, was responsible for developing photography as a leisure pursuit for the millions. In 1888, he launched the first Kodak camera, a small handheld camera equipped with a roll of paper-based negative film, long enough to take 100 circular exposures 2.5 inches in diameter. It came complete with a notebook to enter a record of the pictures taken. Eastman's concern in producing this camera was to separate those parts of photography that anybody could do from those parts requiring specialist skills, so he introduced for the first time a complete developing and processing backup service, together with the now famous slogan, "You press the button, we do the rest." After exposing the whole roll, the customer sent the camera back to the factory, where it was refilled and returned. The circular photos were developed, printed, mounted on cards and returned to their owners. The camera cost 5 guineas with a roll of film, and the processing, developing and a new roll of film cost a further 2 guineas. While this was the first point and shoot camera and the first serious attempt to engage the exposures inside the home. Increasing numbers of photographs were taken in working clothes as opposed to best dress. Occasionally, too, snapshots were taken of daily routine activities such as peeling vegetables, washing dishes or ironing clothes. These exceptions to rule are now highly valued as sources of social history. The biggest difference between the family snap and the studio portrait at this time lies in the increasing informality of expression and pose. Smiles and sprawling poses had infiltrated portraits taken by itinerant photographers. Towards the end of the 19th century, holidaymakers felt less inhibited at the seaside and were known to indulge in the sort of behaviour that would have attracted criticism from neighbours at home. In family snaps, sitter and photographer were on familiar terms and more relaxed in each other's company, and following World War I and its aftermath, the strict moral and social codes that had bound the Victorians and Edwardians began to unravel. Informality in manners and behaviour was slowly growing more acceptable in British society. That acceptance was reflected in our family photographs, where smiles and slouches lost the connotations they carried in 19th century portrait photography and came instead to suggest positive qualities such as warmth, friendliness and fun. Colour. For the most part, during the first 100 years of family photography, colour was applied to the surface of the print. Only in the most exclusive studios did the colour artist actually get to see the sitter. Typically, the artists received basic instructions about the colour of the sitter's hair, eyes and outfit, and did as they saw fit. Since colouring incurred an additional charge, it is reasonable to assume that coloured portraits carry a special significance for those who commission them. Colour processes were invented during this period, but they were unsuited to the general run of amateur work. ancestor of theirs had been jailed as a forger, I was intrigued and decided to investigate. With the name Robert Borsnell and a rough date, I took a chance and googled the name to see what came up. Conventional wisdom says, quite correctly, that the best way to investigate your family history is to start by obtaining all the information you can from family members and work back from there. However, I was fascinated to discover that at the top of the list of hits from the Google search was a page containing a short biography of a Robert Borsnell 1832 to 1909. From this and other websites, I learned that he was considered an excellent spiritualist medium. His photographs of sitters with ghastly figures in the background caused a lot of comment at the time, and I also discovered that, like many other spirit photographers, he had been investigated for fraud. Perhaps this was the forger from the family's tales. Tracing forwards. Interesting as Robert the Spirit photographer's life was, I still had to prove that he was one of my wife's ancestors, so I returned to the usual lines of inquiry. I needed to trace Robert and his family forwards to see if there was a connection. A search on www.familysearch.org showed a marriage between a Robert Nathaniel Borsnell and an Elizabeth Nevins in 1853. Searching the 1851 census did not reveal Robert, but I did find that the name Borsnell was common in Northamptonshire, where he was born, so it's possible that Borsnell was a phonetic respelling of the name. Let's grab a bit more coffee. At this stage, I decided to confirm the marriage record I'd found on the LDS Church's site. I had no success to begin with when I looked on www.freepmd.org.uk, so I did a wildcard search on BOUR star. I discovered, actually that's an asterisk, isn't it? I discovered the correct record with the name incorrectly transcribed as Borsnell and sent away for the certificate. When I received it, I discovered there was a transcription error on the LDS record too, as the name of Robert's wife Elizabeth was not Nevins but Ewins. Robert's occupation was described as basket maker, and his father, Nathaniel, an innkeeper, had died before their marriage. The 1861 census also showed that he was married to Elizabeth, was working as a photographic artist, and had a small family. Susanna Ewins, presumably Robert's mother-in-law, was living with them. Transcription trouble. So far so good, but I couldn't find any record of Robert on the 1871 or 1881 censuses. Eventually, on the 1891 and 1901 censuses, I found him living in Hammersmith, working as a photographer, but now married to Margaret, with another family in Hammersmith, the oldest child having been born in 1867. Checking the 1891 records, I found Elizabeth Boosnell living alone, her family having grown up and moved away. Clearly, Robert had remarried, but where was the family on the 1871 and 1881 censuses? By this time, I realised that transcription errors were probably going to complicate my search, so I used every strategy I could think of for searching the 1881 census on www.ancestry.co.uk. Eventually, after much frustration, I managed to obtain a result by searching for one of was using another first name in 1881. It was another variation of Robert's transcribed surname, this time Bordsnell, which led to the discovery of the 1901 census record for the family. A second generation of the second Borsnell family in Colchester made the connection to my wife. Their daughter Edith Maud was my wife's grandmother, which I was able to confirm with her death certificate entry, as I knew she had died in Sutton. It was time to see if I could find a second marriage, so I turned again to freebmd.org.uk. It didn't take long to find that Augustus Bornell, a bachelor describing himself as a commercial traveller, had indeed married Margaret Needham in 1871. The marriage certificate revealed that his father, Nathaniel, was a plasterer, but he was not recorded as deceased. At this stage, I rechecked what I had found to make sure that Robert and Augustus were the same person. Everything tied up, the ages, job, and the birthplace of Peterborough. There was still much to do, but I had proved the direct line to my wife's family. Then came the task of learning more about Robert and his photography. Unusual trade. More internet searches revealed some basic facts about Robert Borsnell's spirit photography. The Victorian era saw the dawn of the science of photography, and this, plus the vogue for spiritualism, made spirit photography popular. According to keen spiritualist Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's book, The History of Spiritualism, Volume 2. Richard Borsnell, another transcription error, occupied a prominent position in the history of spirit photography. Conan Doyle goes on to say that during the 1850s, Richard worked with a professional photographer on was a copy in the University of California, San Diego, where my sister-in-law lived. She scanned the relevant pages and sent them to me. The book contained many photographs and described many individual cases, with a testimony from the sitters. One particular case concerned the image of the Empress of Austria, who had been assassinated in 1898. A 1908 book about her entitled Martyrdom of an Empress had apparently been read by Mr. Barnes before he had a sitting with Borsnell, hoping to find an image of his recently deceased wife in his photograph. Mysteriously, one of the images from the book appeared in the photograph instead. I examined the image, and it is identical to the one in the book. According to James Coates' book, this was not always the case. Apparently, when a Mr. Blackwell was advised by a medium to visit Borsnell, he was told that his deceased niece would appear on the photograph. She did, he said. That's these two here, but in two different poses, 14 months apart. Of the second occasion, Blackwell recorded in his letter to Coates, Mr. Borsnell, on entering the room, said, "Why, there is your little niece, and she is holding out her hand to you. Be quite still, and we'll try to take her." Fraud or fact? Following various cases of psychic frauds, Robert was investigated by the Spirit Photography Commission set up by the Daily Mail in 1908. The commission was composed of 3 spiritualists and 3 technical experts from the photography industry. One member, Mr. A.P. Sinnett, testified that he had purchased a package of negatives from a shop chosen at random, opened them and loaded one of the plates into the plate holder and camera by himself. Borsnell then took the photograph, and after the exposure, Sinnett watched as the negative was developed in the darkroom. Sinnett said he also examined the camera and found it free from tricks, concluding, "I do not see how I could have been cheated under these conditions." But despite Sinnett's testimony, the Spirit Photography Commission could not reach agreement on the validity of Borsnell's work, because spirit photographers and mediums were subject to prosecution in Great Britain. Borsnell always handed a printed slip to his patrons which denied the extras were spirits. Instead, it proclaimed they were shadows in the background. Whatever the truth of Borsnell's work, perhaps we should view it in the same way as James Coates. He was not a cultured man, but as a psychic, he was a man of many gifts. No man has been more discussed, and certainly none have been able to give consolation to thousands more than he. Interesting. Spirit photos, genuine or fake? I'll read that in a second. Genuine or fake? Spirit photographs of the mid-1800s have caused interesting characters and stories I've discovered have given me food for thought. Is religion in my family's genes? Could it be that my own Christian faith is made easier by my history? I started my family research in Giggleswick Vicarage in around 1970. I was a friend of the vicar's son, and through this friendship I got to know his dad, who told me how the Mormons, better known now as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, were a bit of a pest for Anglican clergy as they were busy copying parish records. Of course, this is something everyone is grateful for today. The idea dawned that with a local name like Twistleton, I might find it interesting to look in local parish records, which I did. I have a faded exercise book from those days full of Twistleton records. 30 years on, I've come back to family research, and I've since been a custodian of parish records myself as a priest. In my present work as mission and renewal advisor in Chichester Diocese, I am aware of how our parish records are helping people in Sussex to discover their history. And as a family historian, I'm pleased to see how our priests and church wardens take the time and trouble to help researchers. I live in Haywards Heath, some way from my roots in the Craven Peak district. Fortunately for me, it's only a short trip to the Family Records Centre in Islington or the National Archives Kew, where I have been greatly helped in my research. I've been able to look through census records from 1841 and civil records of births, marriages and deaths. after 70 years. Oops, a bit more coffee. Research before 1837. My work had already turned up two extremely prominent religious forebears. However, I didn't feel that this was enough to prove a genetic link. I therefore set about delving further into my family's past. As other family historians will know, research before 1837 is inevitably constrained by the lack of civic records, although church records do come much into play. Fortunately, family history is full of helpful, enthusiastic people whose dedication to the subject is invaluable for all those researching their families. My research in the Settle area was greatly assisted by Phil Hudson, who operates the North Craven Historical Research Group. The group has made a variety of documents available online, including some of the registers of the ancient parish of Giggleswick. Isn't that a great name? Which I'd searched manually 30 years before. Through writing an article on the local significance of the Twistleton family for the Settle and District Community News, I was quickly in electronic contact with other local history buffs. My research was also given a helping hand by the Stainforth History Group's excellent book, Stainforth, Stepping Stones Through History, and by a chance visit to an open day at St. Peter's Church in Stainforth. In my 1970 exercise book, there was one record that particularly intrigued me. Giggleswick Parish Registers record the burial of Reverend William Twistleton of Sherwood House on 27th of February 1768. Thomas Brayshaw's History of Giggleswick speaks of Twistleton's living the same Sherwood House before 1600. I decided to pay a visit to this farm, which is now operated by the Metcalfe family. It stands outside Stainforth village on the road to Horton in Ribblesdale. When I arrived, I was delighted to find RAT 1703, or RAT 1703, inscribed over the front door. These letters and the date almost certainly refer to Robert and Alice Twistleton, whose marriage of Sextissimo di May 1694 is recorded in Giggleswick Church registers. The Reverend William Twistleton would be their descendant and is most likely an uncle of my great-great-uncle Francis, the preacher of temperance. So how could I find out more about Reverend William Twistleton? For example, was he Anglican or Dissenter? The National Archives at Kew have non-conformist registers on religion is certainly in my family, but is it part of my genetic makeup? I'm certainly more open to this view following my family history research. Whether there's any true evidence to say that religion runs in your DNA, though, is doubtful. Looking back on what I can discern of my forebears' lives, I am simply pleased to find in Tom Twistleton someone who prays religion that flows from the heart. Interesting. Well, I hope you enjoyed that little article reading, or those two article readings actually. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers with coffee. I shall see you very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers. Now, today I wanted to read this article for you. It caught my attention. It's in the BBC History magazine, and it's titled, "Was Victorian Life Really So Grim?" Now, it was written by Rosalind Crone, and she reveals surprising truths about the experiences of the urban poor in 19th century Britain. And I particularly like this illustration on this side. This is an illustration by Gustave Doré. It's a famous engraving produced to illustrate the 1872 book London, A Pilgrimage, which I actually have. At least I have a copy of it anyway. Okay, so let's begin. The most familiar images of Victorian life are bleak indeed. Impoverished children working long hours in factories and mines, blankets of smog suspended above overcrowded cities, frightening workhouses run by cruel governors, violent criminals lurking in the shadows. In black and white photos of the period, people, both high and low-born, are invariably unsmiling. A miserable bunch, surely. There is some truth in this portrayal. The twin processes of industrialisation and urbanisation did force a drop in living standards for some, and the turbulent decade after Queen Victoria came to the throne became known as the Hungry 40s. These years were punctuated by economic depression, leading to social unrest, popular protests, and growing fears of revolution. Such impressions can be explained by the collision of three unique processes. The first, combining industrialisation and urbanisation, had acutely visual effects. Just as important was the expansion of print culture, which provided a vehicle for such images, as well as a growing and captivated audience. The third ingredient, equally crucial, was the emergence of a reforming spirit among the social elite from the 1830s onwards. Grave images of deprivation were circulated precisely because reformers such as Dickens, Disraeli and Gaskell, plus journalists and MPs, wanted to remedy such social problems. But was life truly miserable? Did the labouring poor believe they were living in exceptionally tough times? Social historians have worked hard to give voice to those at the bottom, uncovering new evidence and taking a fresh look at old material related to 5 aspects of life. In worker's employer, in which employees, including small children, are forced to work long hours, often in poor light, using dangerous machinery. It is a picture created by novels such as Dickens' Hard Times, by government inquiries such as Ashley's Mines Commission of 1842, which exposed brutal physical and moral conditions, and by scandals about real factories throughout the century. But is it accurate? Not entirely. Industrialisation in the early 19th century did drive down wages and lead to an increase in the employment of women and children, especially those of a very young age in the manufacturing sector. Work in factories and mines certainly could be dangerous. In 1879, one MP who had visited a Bradford textile factory in the late 1830s described the 80 crippled and deformed children gathered for his inspection in the courtyard. No power of language could describe the varieties, and I may say the cruelties, in these degradations of the human form. They stood or squatted before me in all the shapes of the letters of the alphabet. However, from the 1830s onwards, legislation was introduced to restrict child and, in some cases, female labour, to improve conditions and to regulate working hours. Reforms were limited, but often by the realities of working class life. Take child labour, for example. While it offends our 21st century sensibilities, it was not necessarily socially detrimental. After all, the wages that children brought in could raise the standard of living for the entire family. The alternative, schooling, cost money and rarely bettered a child's future prospects. What's more, working in a factory could be preferable to other types of paid work. Days were controlled by the clock, but they were not necessarily longer than those of agricultural labourers. Clocking in and out, combined with the physical separation of work and home, could be more attractive than the endless days of domestic servants, another expanding industry. For every merciless master, there existed at least one paternalistic employer who cared about his workers. Some even created model villages near workplaces for families to live in some comfort, one of the most famous being the Cadbury's Bourneville establishment near Birmingham. Not only did some workers enjoy protection for traditional holidays, raucous St. Monday festivities continued as late as the 1870s in the West Midlands, but time for leisure increased. The working day was limited to 10 hours, and the Saturday half-day was introduced. Many employers organised trips for their workforces to the seaside. Even employees without these privileges were increasingly able to enjoy an expanding world of leisure. As workers' real wages increased from the middle of the century. At the same time, industrial unrest and popular narratives of factory accidents subsided because the majority of working people became more comfortable with new patterns of work and industrial capitalism. Number 2. A route out of poverty. And then we have an illustration on this side is assistance. Local relieving officers were tasked to send those in need to the workhouse, where families were split up. Those who could work were pressed into hard labour, and those who couldn't were cared for at the minimum standard. All were subjected to a harsh disciplinary regime. Some workhouses were abhorrent institutions. Local penal authorities were convinced that paupers deliberately tore their uniforms or smashed windows in order to be sent to prison, where both accommodation and food were better. The workhouse also held a special attraction to journalists eager for explosive copy. In 1866, James Greenwood disguised himself as a vagrant to spend a night in the male casual ward of the Lambeth workhouse. After being registered, he was forced to bathe in a liquid so disgustingly like weak mutton broth, and allocated a shirt and rug, then entered the ward to find 30 men and boys stretched upon shallow pallets, which put only 6 inches of comfortable hay between them and the stony floor. These beds were placed close together. In not a few cases, 2 gentlemen had clumped beds and rugs and slept together. But how helpful are such portraits in understanding the experience of poverty in Victorian Britain? They certainly have their limits. Written between 1837 and 1839, Oliver Twist could at best describe conditions only in pre-Victorian poorhouses, and the new Poor Law was in practice not nearly as harsh as its promise, probably why campaigns against it died away fairly quickly. It's also worth acknowledging that workhouses functioned as providers of services, ranging from education to healthcare, particularly from the mid-1860s onwards, when improvements in provision were made. What's more, poverty was not a permanent state, but often a condition that working people, or even lower middle class people, could slip into and out of, depending on circumstances. And the poor had multiple resources upon which to draw. First was charity, which many socially conscious and religiously motivated elites were only too eager to supply. And the poor were not docile recipients of this charity. They knew just how to play the role required to secure funds, combining a display of respectability with evidence of poverty. Secondary survival strategies ranged from gleaning, gathering leftover grain after harvest, keeping livestock, co-residence and pawning, to less legitimate activities, poaching, petty crime, prostitution and fraud. The poor routinely pawned their Sunday clothes early in the week to put food on the table, and redeemed them on Saturdays after wages had been collected. A London pawn shop assistant described the merriment of the trade. On Saturday evening, some was eating fish and chips, some was eating tangerines, some had peas pudding and faggots. God blimey, it was like Mother Kelly's doorstep in there. 3. The War on Dirt. Now, to show you this image, start of the Victorian period. To the investigations of reformer Edwin Chadwick must be added protestations from residents of ground floor and cellar apartments inundated by sewerage overflows during heavy rain. Those living beside urban burial grounds witnessed daily the turning out of recently interred bodies to accommodate the stream of fresh corpses, as described by Thomas Mons in 1842. I saw them bring up intestines in a bucket and put them out on the earth, and bones were thrown up, which were put in a barrow and wheeled away. Improvements came quickly. From the 1840s, new drain systems and other ambitious projects started to remove waste and clean up water supplies. Scavengers removed filth from the streets. New laws imposed regulations on construction of dwellings to combat the growth of slums. Some towns built public conveniences. By 1875, Glasgow had 198 urinals. Notably, 80 to 90% of the population did not reside in slums, and many working-class families, especially in the later Victorian period, did not live in overcrowded conditions. And what seriously needs reassessing is the assumption of dirt. By contemporary standards, slum dwellers were not all very dirty, or at least they didn't choose to be. Evidence lurks in depictions of some slum life. Gustave Doré's famous etching on page 50, which we've seen here. That one. Shows lines of washing hanging in tenement backyards. Some even served as laundries for the well-to-do, those most offended by the slum's dirty existence. Number 4. When crime paid. Newspapers made a mint out of exaggerating the threat posed by the criminal class. Though the Victorian age has come to be remembered as criminal and violent, most of the best-known vicious anti-heroes of the 19th century are fictional or semi-fictional. For example, Fagin and Jack the Ripper. Our perceptions have been largely driven by the Victorians' own fears and claims of a large, hardened, uncivilised and largely irretrievable criminal class in towns and cities. The famous early Victorian social investigators, Henry Mayhew and John Binney, boasted that they had managed to assemble 150 of these creatures in a room. The effect, a spectacle of squalor, rags and wretchedness. Some were young men and some were children. Many had the deep sunken, half-averted eye, so characteristic of natural dishonesty and cunning. The hair of most of the lads was cut very close to the head, showing their recent liberation from prison. The popularisation of phrenology, a pseudoscience primarily focused on measurements of the human skull, gave the idea of the criminal class a scientific authority. The arrival of crime statistics in 1857 brought accurate estimates of the dimensions of this class, 20,000 members in London alone, according to journalist James Greenwood in 1869, and the introduction of criminal registers with photographs enabled the monitoring of every individual. Contemporary fears about crime and violence were further inflamed by an expanding and increasingly pictorial newspaper press. Crime news was readily available and sold well. Detailed coverage of a particularly gruesome murder could increase circulation several-fold, various illnesses of the digestive system such as diarrhea and gastroenteritis. What's more, life expectancy, which had previously shown long-term improvement, took a tumble in the second quarter of the 19th century. By the start of Queen Victoria's reign, it had fallen to around 25 to 27 years in the industrial towns of Manchester, Liverpool and Glasgow. As the Cambridge Group for the History of Population and Social Structures calculates, life expectancy in urban slums of the 1830s and 1840s was the lowest it had been since the Black Death. The primary reason was the high rate of child mortality. Around 1/3 of children and more than half in some poor neighbourhoods died before they reached the age of 5. High child mortality was a noticed when I was in the library that they had different versions of this. So fashions in the 20s, 30s and the 50s and beyond, I think. So when eventually they open the libraries up again, maybe I'll get a chance to pick up some more. We can look through them together. But this is the one I'm going to look at today. It is Victorian Fashions, a pictorial archive. 965 illustrations selected and arranged by Carol Belanger Grafton. I don't think there's any text in here at all. I think it's just all pictures. It's great source material though, I think, if you're making collage or cards or things like that. So we'll have a look through. Let's read the note. So it says, culled from rare periodicals and catalogues, these Victorian fashions reflect the changing styles of women's clothing from 1855 to the turn of the century. Elaborate collars, decorative edgings, lace and ornately trimmed hats were ever present in Victorian clothing. This book, comprising an array of late 19th century women's wear, essentials such as bustles, balloon sleeves and tight corsets, spans 50 years of fashion. The sources of these illustrations include major American, British and European fashion periodicals of the times: Godey's Ladies' Book, Peterson's Magazine, Harper's Bazaar, La Mode Illustrée, Salon de la Mode, Dames et Demoiselles, L'Art et la Mode, De Bazaar and others, as well as such general interest periodicals as Frank Leslie's Ladies' Magazine and Harper's Weekly. Many illustrations come from trade catalogues such as the Standard Designer. The plates included here are arranged chronologically, an invaluable resource. This collection of illustrations tracks the history and progress of Victorian fashion. Right, well that's interesting to know that it's in chronological order. So this is from 1855. Now let's have a look. So we can see that ladies' hair was tied back and hidden mostly by hats and makes so many clothes, undergarments, layers and layers of undergarments. She's got a fan in her hand there. So here we have quite an extreme bustle. I mean, this comes out a long way. I think it would have been nice for whoever made this book to maybe put some dates so that we had an idea what dates these different designs come from. So lots of capes now, short cape and a long cape. Ribbons and bows and lots of lace. Wow, look at this one. Gosh, that's incredibly extreme. How crazy is that? That must have been impossible to get through any door. That is so extreme. And this one too. I mean, you could literally, it's like a table at the back. You could literally put something on the back of that. Gosh, I wish I knew what all that was about. This is another very elaborate dress. This coat here is kind of split in the middle because I imagine that the bustle was so wide at the back that you kind of had to have this arrangement so it could cover the back. It all looks so uncomfortable. I bet it took hours to get dressed. And I imagine that you couldn't do it by yourself either. You'd have to have assistance from your maid. some of the bustles are still quite extreme, and maybe some less so. I quite like that, that's pretty. And she's wearing, I think she's got gloves on all the way up, right up to that point, mid-arm. Wow, how beautiful is that? But how impossible to walk in. I imagine you're just kind of dragging this along with you at the back. Unless you employ somebody to carry this around. I imagine that you probably did. That one's a really traditional winter coat, but strangely she seems to have some kind of veil over her eyes here. These are so beautiful, these purses. I'm calling it a purse because that's what I would call it, even though obviously I'm from the UK and we tend to call the bags that we carry with us handbags, and our purses are the little wallets that we carry our money around in, but I would call that a purse, I think. Now that's interesting. That particular top seems to me to be the most modern, dare I say it. It looks more like a blouse. That's very grand. Somebody before me has had this book and they've put bits of tape next to some of the designs. Can you see that? I wonder if they were marking out different things. That's very beautiful, I really like that. Almost looks Elizabethan with that kind of fur ruff around the neck. Yeah, sleeve, wide shoulders, tiny waist and long skirts, but they kind of look like an A-line skirt rather than figure-hugging, as we saw in some of the previous pages. Yeah, so swimming